Hello, testing. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. What? You've been working flawlessly all day, and now you stop. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. It seems that when I'm streaming, Hal becomes unreliable. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Testing. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. That's interesting. I found this bug. I was trying it out as an alternative to the microphone that I had. Hey, Mark, how you doing? I thought I'd fixed Hal. Hal has been working perfectly well all day. And then as soon as I start streaming, Hal stops working. What is it with this? I really thought I'd fixed it, but I think it was a red herring. I think that there's some kind of conflict when I'm streaming. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Maybe some kind of interference going on in some way. Something I do not understand at this time. Some strangeness. I could just put that there and just for a minute and see what happens. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
It's a different computer, yeah, but the thing is, it used to do this as well. Hal would sometimes go inactive, so It's really weird. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Well, we'll see how it continues to behave. But it might be that I have to do my little watchdog thing, like I was thinking. Because if it seems that if some loud noise goes in through the audio channel, it wakes up the text to the speech recognition. And it had been working all day absolutely fine without any problems whatsoever. And but now I'm streaming. So it could also be interference from OBS. I don't know. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
That's very odd. Anyway, Hal's working again for the minute. We'll see what happens. At the moment, I'm trying to figure out how to convert a C string A into something that output debug string will accept. And it's like, here's a question on Stack Overflow. How can I convert C string to standard W string? And it's the funny thing is all the answers that people give, it's quality of the answers on Stack Overflow are often pretty bad. See, right now it won't compile because they cannot convert argument 1 from const char star to an LPCW string. So let's see. Convert LPCW str convert const char star. I mean, I'm getting an error. Oh, that's a really unhelpful comment. Const char star and const wt are not the same and not implicitly convertible. Brilliant. That's basically Mr. Exirima with a 18,000 reputation basically saying what the compiler said. The Windows create file is actually a macro. Never mind, you're talking about the Windows create file. That's got nothing to do with the question. What? It's asking how do you do the conversion, and the top answer here is, oh, it's a user different. Carrying parameter const char star, but comparing compiler it's calling the W version the function. There's no automatic conversion, hence the error. Yep, great, wonderful. Keep the char star parameter, but you have to your function explicitly convert the thing with a function. Can you show source code? Try this. There are many ways of it. Oh, geez. Oh, come on, it's not a hard question. Answer the question that's asked. Sorry, I've been looking at this for a bit. It's driving me nuts. Let's start at the bottom of the page and work up. I'm using the following VC++, and it works like a charm for me. Okay, let's try this out. So I go and naively just put it in with no explanation there, and of course we won't get any errors, will we? Oh, hang on. Oh.
Hello Dino.
Yes. Okay. So that was a bit complicated. I need to sort out a few things with Hal. But basically, Hal thought that I needed to play. I was asking it to play Zag's theme. And Zag isn't even here right now. And then Mark, you showed up, so I needed to actually play your theme. But actually what happened was it was playing the wrong theme, so I killed Hal. But the problem is that I killed Hal after Hal had muted my channel. So now the mic was muted. And I was going, oh, flipping heck. I guess I've got a script somewhere to turn it. I have to go and get Hal to turn that back on. And then I thought, hang on, I need to play Mark's theme. So I'll just play Mark's theme. And then when it gets to the end of Mark's theme, my vocals will come back. How are you all doing? The gang is here. Meet the boys, cause the gang is here. All the boys to entertain you. That was a TV programme in prime time British television. It's called It Ain't Our Fault, Mum. I don't think I ever actually watched an episode. Anyway, right, so let's just see. Hello, Hal.
Hello Dino.
Alright, well, Hal's behaving now for a minute, so that's fine. The boys are back in town. They are. Absolutely. Hal, play Garcia theme. Well, Garcia just woke up. So there we are. Well, I need to do a version of it. Sword hits? I don't know. Okay, right. You'll turn up at once and have to play all the themes. You know how it goes. And if you want to have your very own theme on my channel, it can be done. You need to show up at least more than once. So it's going to be quite tough, and there aren't many people who are going to get themes. Hal plays Zag theme. Thank you very much, Hal. That's nice. You're working at the moment. I'm glad. You lazy bunch of software. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Maybe I need to say it sinister manner. Hello, Hal. Yes. Okay. I'm trying a new microphone for Hal. It was working fine all day. And then stopped. So that was hilarious. Because I was looking, and I've been looking for a nice, succinct answer on how to convert a char star to an LPW str. And you can see the MBS TOWCS function is what you are looking for. I mean, look at this. It's like, oh, what? It's like, and 50 votes. Then it says, that's deprecated. You should use WMBWSTOWCS_S. No wonder programmers have become afraid of programming. I mean, how are you supposed to remember that? You try to use an API in Windows API, and you spend half your blooming time just trying to figure out, how do I convert this string to another string? But that was the most popular answer. 50 votes in there. Or the sarcastic comment. It's fairly implicit that the platform is Windows. Yeah, that is implicit to people who happen to know that LPW str is Windows. What's the advantage of the _s versions? As far as I can tell, you pass another count parameter that indicates at most how many characters you want written out. Yes, okay, Kerrick. I wonder what's your... Yeah. Kerrick, reputation of nearly 500,000 and doesn't know the answer to that question. The reason is because it's sort of security, you know, to make sure that you don't overrun the size of the buffer. There's a whole bunch of functions that have been replaced with _s just for this purpose. You should know this, Kerrick, because you've got a reputation of nearly 500,000. Do I understand correctly that it is only possible to convert char star to LPW str if the length of the char star is known? If not, why was the assumption that 20 characters will suffice made? Yeah, it's because the most popular answer here has a weakness. It is not the best answer, but it's voted the best answer and it has a tick. The clean way to use MD is to call it twice to find the length of the result. Wow. So now I just want to convert a string from, let's have a look what I'm trying to do. I've got back the result from this function which I found on the internet to execute a command and collect the, I'll explain what I'm doing in a minute, but to collect the output of the command that I've written, you know, I'm executing. And of course Windows makes this type of thing really difficult, where, you know, in Unix based domain, like in Linux, it's actually quite trivial. But it turns out the way that this was done, it returns the data in a C string A, which as far as I can see is a Windows version of a string of type A, which means that it's not a wide, it's just like ordinary, I think, if I'm correct. I don't know really, but I think that's correct, being 75,000 different versions of a string in this mess here. But right, and so then what we need to do is, I wanted to print this to an output debug string so that I would see the result of the output of the file that I'm executing come out in the debug window. This kind of thing is not that complicated. What you are trying to do is execute a command and get the output of the command. I do this all the time with shell scripts. That's why I like to use shell scripts, because then I could have done this in 2 seconds. Instead, here I am 99% of the way to doing this, and but I am now, I was looking at how to convert C string A into what output debug string takes, which counterintuitively it takes a wide string pointer. So that was it. It's just how to convert this to something that output debug string would accept, one line. And we are here at this particular one on the page. Look at that. All of this, it's like I'm just trying to convert a string. There's got to be a better way to. Oh, by the way, don't forget to set the locale. Oh, jeez. So here's one. But you know, so this got fewer votes, and maybe that's good. I don't know, really. I mean, who knows? This version using the Windows API function. Oh, there's a new function to do this. Multi-byte wide char handles the memory allocation for arbitrarily long input strings. Okay, so right, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 6 lines of code to do this. And let's have a look at the Saki comments this one got. In the interest of brevity, I omitted the code that calls free. It would have been easier, David, if you had just added the call free rather than putting in the comment. I'd rather you leave it as is than call free. This is definitely a case for the celebrated delete expression. Yes, in fact, right. He shouldn't have called a free because he used a new. So you would want to use delete. Okay. It's hard to keep track of C and C++ going from question to question. Oh, right. That was his excuse. Okay. So there's a lot of discussion here for one line of code that. Never mind. It seems there is no need in Elstra len a input call C MSDN multibyte size in bytes of the string indicated by LP multibyte struct parameter. Alternatively, this parameter can be set to -1 if the string is null terminated, or just use -1 instead of length A. Moral of the story here is that before replying to a question on Stack Overflow, it would be good if people would actually read the documentation to confirm that their answer is sort of in the ballpark of reasonable. I don't know. I'm being a bit of a whatever. But, I mean, come on. I just feel like nagging people right now. It could be done that way, but on the other hand, this way means the length is calculated once rather than twice. He does have a point. So we get down to this one. You may use C string, C string A, C string W to do automatic conversions and convert between these types. Further, you can use C string buff A, string buff W, and go blah blah blah. Okay, what about showing just how you can do it? And then eventually you get down to the one that has no votes at all, which is the best of the bunch, although it only worked for me because I happen to have this file included, the ATL str, because if I get rid of that, then it will not, it's used for other stuff, right? And funny, I've just put it back and it doesn't work anymore. So what happened there? Oh, right, no, it was probably just saving the file. Okay, so it works. But that's what I find funny and why I was laughing. It was like the one at the bottom is the most straightforward. I'm kind of curious what the macro actually is. If I go to the definition of this macro, okay, is actually then the definition of this macro, which is a type def for, so we have to look at this class. All right. Yeah, okay. I mean, let's just move on. But I think what I'm going to do is add a comment. It's funny. It's like, maybe it's to do with what, I don't know, APIs. That maybe this macro didn't exist originally, but it does show. It does show that the whole, I'm going to give it an upvote anyway, but I mean, the whole thing is just crazy. It's like, why can't people start with the shortest, simplest way? Maybe it's because they want to prove how clever they are instead of just give the answer. And then the funny thing is where I have given the answer, I have, in a clear, concise manner, I found myself criticised by people who have a very high reputation, claiming that I'm just repeating previous answers. Well, that's happened once. It's like, well, the other answers weren't clear. My answer is. So there. This actually worked then. So what am I doing? I'm executing. Oh God, I'm trying to drag the window. I don't want to do this. Here. What? Oh, what is going on with Visual Studio? It crashed. I crashed Visual Studio by dragging a window. I mean, come on. Please. I accidentally clicked on the wrong thing. It dragged the window and then crashed Visual Studio. Superb. There. This is the output of the command I ran, which was this ffmpeg command. And so it has successfully captured the output of the command. So that's actually good. Now we've got to that point. And what am I doing? What I'm doing is this. This is a bit cool. Maybe. I don't know. But watch this. This is a one-line command on in Cygwin. Hello. Well, you can't really see that that's actually my voice right now. This is the output of the microphone that Hal is listening to. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
So, but that's pretty cool, you see. I mean, this is why I love command line stuff. Hang on, I'm just trying to... There we are. What's this do? It uses ffmpeg to connect to the microphone 4 USB headphone set is the one that, in fact, Hal is connected to. So potentially I could actually write a script in Cygwin that would be this watchdog. Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, it outputs this as a WAV file, which is then sent into the command hex dump, which dumps in real time the audio that the microphone is picking up. I think that's cool. I think that's very cool. I could get my voice even more squeaky to indicate how cool I think it is. So, but what I'm going to do is try this now. So that I'm sending ffmpeg a command. If I run this, what do I get? Could not find audio-only device with name microphone 4 USB headphone set. So it's actually trying to parse the command I gave it, but it's not liking something. There is one though. I know there's microphone 4 USB headphone set. Among source devices of type audio. Because what I'm trying to do is write a C++ program that will program in C++ that runs ffmpeg in order to connect to the microphone and then reads the stream from the microphone from standard input. Because if you want to try and access the microphone directly, using C++, then you would spend all day finding other equivalents of what I've just done in trying to convert a string from one type to another, and I really find that irritating. So I like to try and write code in a way that doesn't require, or requires a minimum amount of messing around in APIs, because that's just such a waste of time. It's tedious, and the APIs change all the time, and then when I'm trying to use the software and get around to looking at it again in 5 years, then the amount of work required to bring it up to date is just absolutely ridiculous. So, and so on and so on. So this is something I was just going to try to, you know, as an alternative. And why do I want to do this? Well, it's all to do with this guy, my Acorn System 1, because I thought it would be really nice if I could write an application that is able to decode and encode the audio cassette signals, not just for this, but also in an effort to restore all of the programs on that tape that I found that goes back nearly 40 years. That was found in a wood sort of shed in the dirt in Italy with my very earliest Acorn Atom programs. And so it's not all of it is readable. So I had to restore some of them by hand by looking at the waveform and reconstructing it. So but I was thinking, yes, this could be good for, you know, restoration of old data on cassette tapes. So but it would also be good because it means that I can save the memory of the Acorn Atom into this and get it converted into hex. It'd be nice if I had an application that literally listened to the signal from the cassette when I hit save and converts it into hex, so that, and I can edit the hex and then send it back. So I will have then an editable hex save, right? So it's like it saves it out, the memory out in hex, edit the hex, and I could write it back. And so to do this, I need to do two things. I need to be able to convert the audio signal into hex, and then I need to also be able to do go the other way. But like I say, I really am not interested in messing around in the guts of file formats and whatever else. I just use FFmpeg, and it's true, I could take FFmpeg and take the libraries of FFmpeg, but then I'll be spending a day trying to get that to work. Not interested. What I want to do is I'll just want a stream of audio that I can process, and why not do it this way? So there we are. So the problem now is that for some reason it doesn't think this microphone exists. So if I go to the command line here, and I can do, there was a command for this, and this is very much a kind of nugget philosophy as well. It's like break the problem down into different sort of components. We can see here, this is all of my sound devices listed by FFmpeg. FFmpeg is fantastic. That's right. That's how I edited the the hex on the floppy disks. Yes. No. Direct show audio devices. Here it is. Microphone. Binary out. No. You see, that is there. And then when I try and run my command, it worked from here. Taking time to exit because I think it's just printing too much data. Right, too much scrolling. So we can see that there, but it can't find microphone. Oh, there's no space. Look at this. Oh, you are so aggravating. It is an aggravation. It is an aggravation in Asian. Yeah, but actually, it's funny that the other spaces are there, but for some reason, /space USB, /space USB. Here it put a space in front of the dash. Why? Maybe I put a space in front of the dash. Let's try again. Hang on. Microphone. No, there should be a space before the parentheses. Basically, the copy paste failed or something. I don't know. Let's try that again. No, I still can't find it. All right. So now this is where we're going to maybe I need to put the thing in the right place. I think I'm doing too much. Obviously, I need. I need something like to focus and concentrate instead of rabbiting on. There we go. So it's actually stuck. One of the issues here is that how's it going to terminate? Well, okay, that's another question, because it's not going to print any of the output until it's finished, because it's not. That's the point. Is it going to run in real time? Not really. I mean, that would be more complicated, because I need to have it running in separate threads. I'm not ready to try and do that in Windows. Yeah, because it's going to be running the command. And it will process the result of the command once the command is finished. So that's a problem. So that was an interesting experiment, but I'm doing this sort of back to front. What I really want to do is create a command that takes the signal. Okay, I feed it the raw signal from the cassette, and it processes it and sends it out, and then there's no need for me to call the command. I'm not sure why I did it this way. Hey, Refly! Wow, that's been a long time, Refly. Did you ever have a theme? I can't remember. We need to check. Wow, because themes are back. What about serial interface to it, TTY? Yes, that I might try that at some point. I actually looked at see if there were any old TTYs that you could get. I suppose I could emulate a TTY and then connect it, but that's a bit weird. Themes are back. Right, well, here it is. We'll have to see about your theme. So let me just turn, I need to turn on the computer downstairs. I do love my automation. One button press over here, and this one is the heater. That one is the speakers, I think. Or one of these, I forget. One of these is the speakers and the other one is everything else. I'm going to just turn that one on. Oh, that's the heater. Oh, that one. That one. There we go. And that's turned the computer on downstairs. So let it boot up and then I'll connect to it. Right. So that was an interesting experiment, but you know what I'm going to do is just I'm going to hash if it off, hash if 0 and start again. I've got that for reference, and it's not wasted, because then next time I need to try and do this madness, I can. So yeah, I've got idea. I've always wanted to have a lab, you know, so I'm sort of getting one, sort of lab stroke music studio. I was thinking it'd be really nice if I set up cameras around this, and then I could ask Hal to switch the camera view, and so then if I'm doing any electronics, I can just go over there and get Hal. But for this, Hal needs to be always paying attention and always listening. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Well, Hal's behaving right now. Normally by now Hal will have fallen asleep. Very good. So yeah, I'm going to start again. Okay, so maybe I'm going to void main and let's just do printf hello \n. Yeah, it doesn't work. Printf identifier not found. You know, it's like that's Microsoft for you. They include Windows.h that has absolutely everything that you could possibly imagine in it, that most of which you'll never actually need. But don't include the standard headers. I guess that ran and printed a hello somewhere. Get char. There it is. All right. So what I want to do is I need to set this up so that this command, I can pipe this command into my command. So the problem here, and I suppose it's the reason I didn't want to set this up, is because then you've got this thing that you're wanting to debug the code that you're writing here in an environment where it's accepting the output of, you know, FFmpeg. So I need to set up the debug. I don't know how to do that. Yeah, they see that's complicated. I want to actually run the debug program I'm debugging in Visual Studio. I want to run it from a command line where it gets piped. You know, information is getting sent to it. I'm working on a bunch of things. I should actually say up here what I'm working on right now. I'm not working on Phi at the moment. What am I working on? Right now, it's on random stuff. Let's have a look. Go just stop that for a minute and then go over here, because then we got my wrong one. This one. Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer, do. Can't install updates. We weren't able to install updates. Well, that's great. That should mean that my PC will be running nicely then, if there were no updates installed. I just want to check on this PC. We had voice attack. Was there a refly? Yes, here it is. Refly's theme. Wow. Let's see. I want to download a file from Refly. Take show in folder, Refly, cut, C. Where did I put voice attack? Documents. I can't. Oh, C. Sigwin, home, Dino, Hal. Paste that there. Okay, I'll shut down Daisy. Then we go and scoping up how on. It must be an easier way to, I'm just going to look at the commands I can get Hal to do, because Hal is just voice attack basically. So here we go, new command, and it's going to be and I think it might be possible Oh, I thought it'd be possible to open that dialogue, but what's quick input? No, all right, can't do that. So never mind. Let's go and find someone like Zag here, and we'll duplicate Zag's theme. And Hal play Refly theme. And we just need to take this and go into start Refly. Okay, done. I think at some point I might release an album of all the themes. That would be cool. It's an idea, anyway. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Interesting, Hal. Hello, Hal. Okay, so I think one of the things I need to do is sort out the open sound settings. I suspect there is a problem, because Hal was working before. I think there's a problem with the recording level, because I'm using a different microphone. Let's try 76 in here. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. That's weird. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Now it's funny. I restart. Hal was working fine. I restart Hal, and then hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Oh, voice attack was off. I thought I'd started. Maybe I just closed it. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. And every time I start Hal, it's the voice software changes the level of the recording device. It's really annoying. Let's set it to 100. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hal. Hello, Hal. Now, it's interesting because this is what Hal thought I said. For the last month, the associate, hello, there is or was and held for the server for us. Software changes the levels, sir. 45 sphere. If sent on her own, her fellow, year-old Lofel. Amazing. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. It's really annoying. Let's go back to the sound control panel, recording, microphone, levels, 53 or 4. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
And then suddenly Hal wakes up. It's really weird. We'll try. Hal. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
I don't know what this is. It's very moody technology. Hal, Refly is here. Total failure. Oh no, it isn't the way I say it anymore. Hal, play Refly theme. Hal, play Refly theme.
Haha. It's all right. I was just dealing. I'm getting some bit of snazzy action here from Hal. Duplicate. Problem was that it cut it again, so that the microphone was still muted. Hal, microphone off. That was not the best. Yeah, I said off, not on. Right. Hal, microphone off. Hal, microphone off. I could play with that all day.
Hello Dino.
Well, we got to have a for some reason Hal thought I was asking for Danny's theme. That was weird. But then of course while the theme was playing, Hal couldn't hear me. As I've got a protocol, I need to silence the audio in the studio, and then I can talk to Hal and I can tell Hal to, it's always, we'll get there. We'll just try that again. Hal, play Danny's theme. I'm on that. There we are. Also got microphone. Hal, silence. Hal, silence. And then we turn. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll get there. Try in efforts to become ever a little bit more slicker. Dream on. Anyway, great to have Refly. See you again, Refly. Your theme is now installed. And that's great. So anyway, where was I? What I'm trying to do. Oh, other topic. In 3 hours and 25 minutes, my single will be released. Premiere on YouTube. So I will go offline at midnight for the premiere. Anyway, right. So what I'm going to do is I was just figuring out if I can do debug settings, properties, debugging, and we can set the command line arguments. I wonder, does it accept a command shell? Can I say the command? No. Command is target path. But I need it to run a Cygwin. Oh no, it doesn't need to be Cygwin. I could actually get it to run FFmpeg. I could. Well, let's see if I can do that. Let's start. Where was I going? Where am I going? I'll be on the channel. I don't know what happens if I'm streaming while the premiere is happening. So what we'll do when that comes on, I will go offline, or I'll give the link, and if you're around, you can be there to watch the video, and then after I'll come back. It's only about 5 minutes long. It's like a palaver. Let's copy that, paste this, and then I'm going to try to run ffmpeg. And let's see if this happens. I'm going to browse for ffmpeg on C, Cygwin, bin, ffmpeg. So now when I hit F5, I don't know if it was running FFM. I do me do a get char here, just in case it's still running. No, or it must have run it, but I don't see any output, which is not handy. I suppose what I could do is go properties, Cygwin, the command here. I could just do say start. Would this work? No, it won't run it in the shell. I suppose. Oh, this really annoys me as well. Is there no way of keeping this dialog box sort of? It'd be great if I could just keep that open so I don't have to keep going backwards and forwards. But anyway, right, this is so tedious as well. But we just do say command/C. Okay, hit F5. Doesn't like it. Go back. Yeah, because I did that wrong. On here, properties, back to this, take that off. Command arguments like so, then hit OK. Then I hit F5. Unable to start the command. And go on there, properties, and just backwards and forwards all the flipping. Can I automate this? Ah, jeez, there's probably no shortcut for it. Let's go and browse to C, Windows, System 32, Command, OK, and run this. Ah, for a moment there you saw that in fact it did actually start up a console window. It just briefly flashed. So on there I can then go and execute ffmpeg in a command shell. But maybe it's good to know I can do that, but maybe I won't need it. What I'll do is just run this. I'm going to add the arguments afterwards. So the arguments that I want are -f dshow dash. Of course, debugging won't work. Or will it? And this would be the interesting thing if debugging works, because I'm not starting the application in. Yeah, I suspect it won't work. So these are good experiments. So it's DevOps, I suppose. So I'll add these arguments to that, and then we'll see what happens. If I could do that, and then I hit go. Oh, look at that. It's actually just dumping the entire stream from the microphone straight out. It's pretty. Okay, so that's fine. Then what this needs to do is pipe into flipping heck. Is there a shortcut to open property pages? No, I'm not going to distract myself there. Let's just stay with this for a minute. So, right, if I do command blah 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 blah, but it needs to send that into another command, which is the actual one that I am Right. See, how can I do that? In order to do that, I'm going to have to run it in a shell. So we do ffmpeg. These are the command arguments to the command. Let's just get that back. So that was C, Windows, System 32, because we're on 64-bit machines now, and command.exe, and hit OK. Try and run this. And of course that doesn't work, because immediately that you want to try and do this, it's difficult, always is. Let's go back. Because I missed the command /c, and we'll try again. Okay, here we go. Oh, that actually worked. I'm surprised that that worked. Well, now that I'm running commands in the shell, I might be able to redirect it. This would be quite good if this works. I've never tried to do this before. So that is the ffmpeg command, and then I use a pipe, hoping that the command shell recognizes the pipe, which is a Unixy thing, and it turns out it probably does. You know. And pipe it into target path, which is the actual command that I'm trying to run. I'd be surprised if this worked. It looks like it might have worked. Incredible. All right, well, the proof will be in the pudding. The pudding in this case being print standard in Windows C++. Let's just do, yeah, I'm not so familiar with the input output of in C++, because when I need to do that I usually end up writing programs in C, but let's try it. Console into C. So if I do while if I take a char C, and so you can do C in into C, while true, I suppose I can print the character. Let's not print it just now. Let's see if this even can pass, because I probably need a header file. C in undeclared identifier. I don't know the header that's you. Or C in, header for C in. Nobody ever shows the headers. Header C in. Which header? IO stream, isn't it? Hash include IO stream. No. Well, it should be. Oh, flipping heck, Dino. It's writing in C is so much simpler. There we go. So did I need the IO stream? Just want to see. Curious. Yeah, we needed that. Okay, so that was going to be reading the bytes from the stream in. We can see that the FFmpeg is running and is happy. It's not stopping, and this isn't quitting. That's quite cool. I think it's reading the stream directly in real time here. I bet you though that the breakpoint doesn't work. If this works, I'll be impressed, because well, we'll see. No, as I predicted, there's no debugger available. There's probably a way to attach it. I think what I'd have to do, I don't know if there's a way of automating it, but what I have to do is attach to process, and then I need to find it. Is there a search facility in this damn thing here? No, so we have to go and connection target find. No, that's looking for remote. All right, so the name of this thing is if I look under S, System 1 cassette tools. Is it this? It might be. Yeah. Okay, so there is a way of debugging if you connect to it. I don't know how to get that to happen automatically, but that's actually not too bad. So because I'm connected to the debugger, I can check what I've got. What's the value? It's always 84. It's always 84. That's suspicious. It's always the same character. Let's do a print. Where is it going to print it to? That's a good question. I don't know. Put char. C. That failed. It cannot open the thing for writing because it's running. Okay, that was FFmpeg complaining, because when the buffer, when I start the debugger, then the FFmpeg is still running, and then its buffer gets full, and then it freaks out, and that's probably why the thing was the same. So let's try running this put char, because if I don't put, let's just confirm, if I don't put char, it stops there and it doesn't show any of the data. The data's not coming out of the stream. Now, if I put this in and it works, we should see the stream now. It's always showing a T. That's a bit weird. So much for that. Let's do C equal get char. That's not working. Oh dear. Why? It's printing loads of A's. So it doesn't seem to be reading the standard input, which is a bit disappointing. Pipe that into dollar path. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just back up this command that I had here, and then we'll try echo hello in there instead. Yeah, that's very strange. I mean, what's it reading? So, as I suspected, it's not. But it's not all. It's not all lost, because what I can do is just run it in a Cygwin window or Cygwin environment. I need a command line that would execute this. So actually, documents, and then we're going to go with what? Cake, walk, cube. Oh, come on, VS projects. Right, so we go into there, and then we've got something I was calling board tools, which, let's go into this, make directory Cygwin, cd Cygwin, and in here we're going to put in our script, which is going to be ffmpeg this. Hang on. Cat into we'll call it VS run for the sake of whatever. I'm going to copy that, paste it, and cat VS run chmod plus x VS run. VS rum. Okay, so that's running, but I need to pipe that into the command, which I need to find. Sig start dot from the path to this is going to be in debug. Yeah, it's there. The relative path is dot dot debug. So this is the command that can be then run. And if I go to Cygwin, I can take VS run and drag it into Visual Studio, and this would be piped into the command. Let's save that and go back to Cygwin here and see if that script works. So if I do VS run now, oh come on, VS run now. Oh, hang on. Well, there's data in there. Seeing data as well. That's kind of... it's doing this... Alright, hang on. This is running it outside of... Visual Studio. So, no, it's not compiling. What's the local variable C? Uninitialized local variable C. Oh, maybe that never actually worked. Come on, it's just like this. Cannot write the file because I presume it is still running. Let's kill that. Compile it. It's compiled. Go back to here. Run my script. Okay. It might be because the characters are actually no, they should be printable. It matters not. So for now I can compile it and then run it in the batch file, and that just because I think it would have also worked inside Visual Studio, but I needed to be sure. Admittedly though, this is been compiled under Windows, so you know, well, let's test it. It should print out what was put in. I mean, that's what that does. Get char, put char. While true, does it forever, including when the theme has... Oh, right, yeah. Maybe the theme stream broke. To know that the yeah, okay, it's this, isn't it? I need to do oh, never mind. All kinds of things that were just stupidly wrong there. But anyway, no, I don't like that either. C equal get char. While C is not equal end of file, put it and then do C equal get char again. And then finish. Okay, that worked. And so, okay, right. Let's go back to here. We'll run this one. Something it did not like here. So cat vs run. It's this command, which fails. So let's test the command without the piping. That worked. If I try to pipe the output of the command into, say, cat, it works. If I try to pipe the output of the command into it just fails. So that's what I was afraid of. It's like piping from a Cygwin environment doesn't work. I'm basically, this is me wrestling with Bill Gates again. It always comes down to that on the Windows platform. Right, command prompt. So I've got this command prompt up here. Just made it nice and big up there. Right, so what I'm going to do is sig start. Dino versus Bill, yeah, Dino versus Bill Gates. That would be very interesting. I would lose, but not because I'm wrong. VS run. So, I actually, well, you know what? I can just go up here and then just sort of CD into debug. And dir. I'm in DOS now. Oh, great! Look at this. What? Why does that? Hello, dir. See, that works absolutely fine. Look at that. Isn't that great? That works. Then I maximize the window. I go, that's good because I want a maximized window here, right? And then I go and do this, dir. Oh, and now it's working. There was a bug, it wasn't working before. So, dir. What I can do is, well, let's try and see. Echo hello. See, that worked. I could echo hello. If I echo hello and then pipe it into type command. You can't do things like that. This is 1983. Echo hello, pipe it into system system tools. No. // system tools.exe, and actually that worked, right? I am pretty. I think it worked. I've got to debug this. I'm going to go back to here and actually put the char of C+1 instead. So if I compiled that, which I have, and then I try and run this, as we can see, it's gone and converted the thing. It's interesting because if I go and say like IBM, it comes back with JCN, which is, on the other hand, then if I go and change this to -1 and I compile it and I switch back to here and I do this, you've got IBM and it comes back as HAL. A little bit of trivia there. The HAL 9000, it's IBM shifted by one letter, if you didn't know that. So on there we are going to I've shown that in fact this is capable of reading the output of the command. I'm able to do piping in just DOS-ish. I mean, it's not really DOS anymore, but so I should be able to try this with my command, which is this command. It doesn't like it because it says I don't know where ffmpeg is. C:\/ sigwin 64 \bin \. Does not like it. And this is a very common problem when you're trying to work with in Windows. It's a very simple thing. I'm just trying to pipe the output of one command into another. And I get get errors. It's like the pipe is broken. Let me just make sure that it's not, because I did that trick there. Error writing trailer of pipe. Invalid argument. I think invalid argument is probably that the pipe died. It's probably due to it writing. It's because it's writing a binary file. Oh yeah. C++, Windows, read binary data standard in. Someone has asked this question before. Let's start from the bottom and work up. For Windows, shows you how to change standard into binary mode. Thank you. This looks like exactly what's needed. Set mode. Let's see if anybody else had set mode. Yes. That's hardly that helpful. Best to do it with an example. I had to piece the answer together from various comments from the kind people above. Indeed. So in other words, you, who have only got one vote, actually did the job, did the work, and put a demo. Cool, this is what I like. See, everybody else, they're just sort of putting their rabbit on, oh yeah, then this and blah that and blah 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 blah, but not actually answering the question. And then the person who actually answers the question, piecing it together from fragments over there, poor guy only gets one. I'll give him a vote up if this works. So what I'm looking for here is we need to do reopen. Yeah, cool. I'm learning stuff. We can do reopen to reopen an already open stream into binary mode. That's quite clever. But we, for some reason, also need to do this. I'm not sure. That's probably a Bill Gatesism there. And then having done that, then I can do what I want to do. So if I'm correct, it was the reason why it's breaking is because it's not in binary mode, and then it hits probably the Control-Z character, which is used in the land of Bill Gates to mean the end of file, as opposed to in the land of Unix, which it was Control-D. But then it's probably killing or dying when that character comes through. So maybe in a binary mode, we'll see. Does this build? Nah. Oh, binary. Undeclared identifier. So that's the other thing. Right, he's included headers. io.h, I'm trying to guess which one is I need. io.h. No. File control.h. No. Standard lib. No. It's a set mode. It's probably a binary thing. So we're just going to bloat my whole source code by including windows.h. There's something as an error, which is this functional variable. Consider f reopen underscore s instead. Okay. Let's get rid of the ones I think I didn't need. I didn't need those three. Oh no. That's interesting. Oh, I kind of need that and that. So it's some kind of funky... Oh no, I don't need Windows. That was weird. Maybe I was too fast for the thing. Okay. F reopen is not safe, it says. It actually treats that as an error. So we'll try F reopen S. What is the... I don't know. Probably going to be an error now. F reopen S. Function does not take 3 arguments. Well, what arguments does it take? Oh, there we go. Stream. I have to compare it with... It took a file name, mode, stream. The new one takes file name, mode, old stream, and returns a new stream. So, of course, how do we use f reopen s to change standard in mode? Examples. So in fact, reassign standard error to f reopen out. Okay, well, I don't care. I don't want to be spending half a day trying to figure that out. Maybe unsafe. Use CRT secure no warnings. Hash define I just did. One. maybe I need to do that before. This needs to be defined before the headers are included properly. Let's try it. Yes. Dear. See, the point there is that you have to do this before the headers because it reconfigures the headers, and the reconfigured headers then mean this is behaves in a different way. So there we are. I think that probably was a hash error inside the header file. No, yeah, maybe, I don't know, whatever. Anyway, set mode, that's compiled. So then what we'll do is go back to here, and then we'll just try and run this, and it still doesn't work after all of that. Oh, right, I'm at the point where I'd rather just build the thing in Cygwin. So I might as well do that. I mean, this is just nuts. It's like, why do I want to struggle? Well, because at some point I might be forced to use Bill Gates's domain. I'm cold, turning the heater on. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Hal, turn heater on. Hal, turn heater on. Hal, turn heater on. You depress me, Hal. It's like, we. So this is where I checked to make sure that the language I used was correct, which probably wasn't. No, I needed to say please. Oh, that was annoying. That's just too annoying. I suppose I didn't want it to turn it on and off by accident. That's so annoying. All right, remember the incantation. Hal, no. Hal, please turn heater on.
Turning heater on.
See, this automation just make life easier. See how it all just complicates everything? That is annoying. What would happen if I didn't check for the EOF? If I just said while true? It's just a hunch. Of course it just sits there because it's like, what's it going to do? It's printing -1 every time, I guess. But if I run it from here, what happens? Do you like the beeps? Those beeps are cool, aren't they? It keeps printing the bell character. So, what does all this mean? It means it's working. Damn it. The problem is knowing when it is the end of the stream. The problem is that it's a character. The character, when I do get char, if it's binary, I can't rely on a single byte. It means that if it translates to -1, which is what I think EOF is set to, then the thing exits. So in fact, we're getting closer. And I'm learning some things. So it's like, okay, -1 on the while. Yeah, it's going to equal that at some point. I need a more robust way of detecting the end of the stream. might be that it would work better if I used C++ streams, but I find them such a pain in the neck. This is simple, but yeah, they've got a problem here. So if I'm doing a binary end of stream standard in C++ Windows, well, it really doesn't matter whether it's Windows or not. Find the end of stream. So let's start at the bottom. Did I vote up this guy? Yeah, I'm gonna vote the guy up. Right. If you use a stream in a boot, convert himself, and I'm not using a stream. Let's just not use C++. In C, end of file. Check the return value of fread and use feof. So let's try feof standard in. I think I've tried doing this before and it didn't work years ago. I don't know. But file eof standard in. If not, while not eof, we'll carry on with this. Let's build that. And we go back to here. That's built. We try this. It's suspiciously quiet, isn't it? Oh! That's interesting. Alright, let's try that again. Why did I have to press a key? But I did have a... Oh, maybe? No. Why is it waiting for a key? Who's waiting for the key press? That's very strange. And now it just works. So who knows? Maybe... I don't know. It's working now. I'm just pretend that didn't happen. So I think that I'm getting the data from the microphone now coming in as a binary stream. Now the next thing I'm going to do is to look at the VS Run script here and the command line options. I think if I use data for this instead, then I should be getting raw data out with no headers, which is what I want. I'm going to try and pull the bytes out. So what we do is, I'll just think of the best way of doing this. I'm pulling them out a byte at a time. I'm just going to hack it together for now. So we do count equals 0. Inside here, I've got a character. I don't like the fact I've got this twice. So what can I do? I tell you what I can do is I can actually move this down here now. Get char C, put char C. Let's just check that works. Build that and run. Okay, cool. That is working now. If I kill, I'm just curious, if I kill, I need to check this. If I kill the FFmpeg, kill all FFmpeg .exe, ps-w ffmpeg.exe pipe into grep dash I to ignore case ffmpeg. There, kill. I have two ffmpeg processes. Kill 1.7. Nope. /bin/kill. I need to use that version. Using force, using the Windows interface. If 17908, because I've got Sigwin killing a Windows process. No such process, apparently. Oh, that'll be the parent. Alright, 8344. Process 83444. I had one hanging around from before. 84268. 84268. It killed it. And what's nice is I killed the FFmpeg, and this was the check. Did it exit this program? And it did, because when I killed FFmpeg, it was then able to detect the end of the stream, and so then it quit this. That's actually really good, and I'm encouraged now about this arrangement. So what I've now got is a stream of bytes, a data stream, binary data stream. Is actually 2 bytes per sample, because it's 16-bit, of the audio of what happens at the moment to be the audio going into HAL. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. And it looks like Hal just died. Hello, Hal. You know what it is? It's the incessant talking, I think, is the problem. It's just I talk so much, and it just overloads Hal. I mean, it seems to be making an attempt to interpret me now. Hair and a desire to lone spell, with the seems to be making attempts to. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. So what would happen when Hal froze up like this is I would bang the microphone and it will wake it up. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Thank you so much. Never mind, I just have to make my own my own speech recognition software. I always wanted to do that when I was young. Had ideas. I never did it. Seems like there's still a need. Anyway, that seems to be working fine. So what I'm going to do now is the first byte that I get, as when the count equals 0. In fact, what I'll do, make my own. I could make my own OS. While I'm making my own I'm just reliving the whole of the computer science since the inception. It can't be worse than Windows. No. I don't really need to make my own operating system though. I mean, Unix whatever is really good. In many ways, it's why bother. The problem is I use Windows because otherwise I can't run any software on it that I need. Anyway, can't be worse than Windows. What we could do is I've got characters C and D in here, and C is I'm going to do if count and 1. Life's too short for putting an equal 0. This basically means if the first bit is set, then actually it will do D. and if the first bit is clear, it does C. And then count plus plus. So there you go. Put char. That will simply take the pairs of bytes and put them into two concurrent characters, C and D. And oh, actually, when it's this one, I'm so deliberately adding variables in. It's just because I want to make clearish code over performance, but I don't really think it's really matters too much. I mean, after all, the compiler will optimize it all away, so everybody keeps telling me. So, but everybody in the world. C and D together, I can turn that into an integer. Sample equals D. I don't know which way. It's probably going to be little endian. So C is, I'll find out. But the first one, C, is probably the smaller of the 2 bytes. ORed with D, shifted left 8 bits. Should create a sample, and then what I should be able to do is print the sample. Print F, that %D \n sample. What I should get now, see if this compiles. Yes. Yes, they put a lot of faith in the compiler, they do, just like people put a lot of faith in the AI. To the point that anybody asking programming questions of things that the compiler will optimize that out, sort of pretending as though the compiler is a thing that writes its fracking self, you know. And so they berate people for asking questions or talking about, you know, how you can use the XOR trick to swap 2 values in 2 registers without using a 3rd register. And people talk about that, and then you get the others who come in and they say, oh, well, I would fire a programmer whoever did this. There's no need to do this. There's no need to think about this. We don't need to know about XOR. No, the compiler optimizes it all. And of course, this is because compilers do, in fact, as I say, write themselves. No, there are no human beings there that need to know about the XOR trick in order to be able to allow a compiler to use the XOR trick. The compiler just figures out XOR by itself with some kind of magic. We don't need to talk about it. Drives me absolutely nuts. You go and do that though. You just see it all the flipping time. We need to be better than the optimizing compilers. We need to be better programmers than the compilers can be, because we have to write the damn compilers that optimize. We have to write the optimizations. So if we're not better than the code which is used to optimize code, and I mean that in the sense of our general ability to program, the ability of the industry to program, it makes sense. You know, we cannot make an optimizing compiler better than the programmers who created it. And so for this reason, it's a very good idea not to just keep saying, oh, well, we don't need to worry about that because the compiler will optimize it. And apart from which, it's a flipping insult every time that is said to the people who put in the hard work to actually make optimizing compilers optimize. It's an insult to them. It sort of like puts them on a kind of pedestal. You can raise them up and push them out of the way so they don't matter. You see where it comes from? It's most of the time it's people who are insecure of their own programming abilities that put out that we don't need to worry about this stuff anymore. It's quite bad. Mark saying the thing is that with relational databases, companies have put many millions of dollars into engines to generate the most efficient execution plans. but I often have to analyze the execution plan to fix. So that's your line of business. Yeah, well, yeah, that's it. But you see what happens with that. I mean, this is normal. Ultimately, a machine that's been built by humans can only be as good as the humans who built it. The machines will always be, therefore, behind. This is what's forgotten. And so, yes, it doesn't surprise me. You have to go through and figure out why the optimizations are not optimal for this particular problems that you have. Now, see, relational databases, SQL, and so on, brilliant. They execute algorithms to optimize the query before the query even begins. And it's very smart, very ingenious, and I'm not going to knock it in any way, but it has limitations. I know from my own experiments with SQL, with SQL, I always called it SQL, I started calling it SQL, I don't know why, but with SQL, where I put queries in and said, well, it's okay, look, it'll get optimized. And, everything had, all the tables, all the columns were indexed, everything, in there, I put it in there. And I'm sitting there, drumming my fingers, waiting for it to finish. And it just doesn't come back. It's sitting there trying to execute this query and just does not come back. And I'm looking at it and going, well, I know that this reduces down to something that is executable in a small amount of time. I know that. And so, yeah, I've had to do the same thing. And you go through, this is PostgreSQL, right? But you have to go through it, analyze the query, and then you end up breaking it down into chunks so that the optimizer can optimize the different bits in pieces, and then you instead of trying to optimize the whole thing. Yeah, absolutely. So if people who write SQL who know about it, they know exactly that you have to still think about how you lay out your data, and you still have to think about how you arrange your queries. You still have to have awareness of what you are doing. You cannot just create your big database and assume it'll all be optimized nicely for you. Unfortunately, the problem, I imagine, is that you get you see, because the reason for this, Mark, is because there's this tension that has existed for a long time, and it only seems to be getting worse, where the people who make the strategic decisions in business, where technology is involved, and I met one guy. I'm not going to say who the guy is, but I met this guy, had dinner with him, with a friend, and so this guy he reckoned himself to be a real expert in technology, in business technology. But he actually doesn't know anything about the technology itself. He only manages technology people, runs a technology company, right? And the problem there, this came out in the conversation, so, but it's something I've also witnessed, just over and over again. The person making the business decisions listens to it only understands the technology at a superficial level, and the superficial level says that it's optimized out for you. It's exactly what you were saying. It's like, well, these companies have put millions and there's so much money into making these systems optimize. Surely there isn't really, it can't be complicated. You just need to do this. Just do it. And then they're saying it to an engineer that knows what they're doing, who's trying to say, but wait, it's not that simple. And so what you've got is this conflicting clash, and the business person has a bias towards what they understand, because all people have a bias towards what they understand, and they tend to believe what is easier to understand. It's easier to understand. All these big companies have put all this investment in there. Are you telling me that that it isn't simple, that it actually requires your expertise? Are you telling me that, it's a bit mind of the business person, are you telling me that I actually need to rely on your expertise as an individual and your skill and abilities as an engineer? I need to rely on that more than I can rely on Oracle and its big team. And this is a theory as to why it happens that way. I mean, I'm looking at it and saying that must be why. And so what it means is that the developer who's right there in the situation trying to work with whatever the system is not appreciated for their skill set, and can find it difficult to communicate this point. And it's a bit of a tragedy, really. It's like they bought into the sales pitch. So that's why people think you can just let a compiler for a programming language figure everything out. Well, if you believe that, if one believes that, then one doesn't need to put in more effort. It's easier, isn't it? You could just say, well, we don't need to worry about that. I don't need to worry about my architecture. It'll be handled. I don't need to worry about my data structures. It'll be handled. I don't need to worry about the underlying hardware architecture, the CPU that this is going to be running on. I don't need to know about how the numbers are stored internally. I don't need to know about the engineering problems. I can just treat programming as a kind of abstract, pure activity that doesn't need to be concerned with these details. And there's a bit of that got into the problem between engineering and science in academia, and I've talked about this before, and the construction and the development of computers. The scientists, the academics, were held in higher regard than the engineers who actually made the things work. And this bias is a very old one, and very sad, and it's like that. Same thing, but that isn't the reality, and that's why I think it's actually really important to be able to study things like programming in hex. That's one of my motivations, is that working on my Acorn System 1 here. So what I'm trying to do at the moment is look at a way of dynamically taking the cassette input-output of this Acorn System 1 to be able to sort of communicate and manipulate it from my PC. Right? It just seems like an interesting thing to do. But the whole thing of programming this in hex like I did 40 years ago plus, that will improve my skill as a programmer. It's what I cut my teeth on. But I believe that activity will make me a better programmer than I am. It will improve my skills, it will improve my abilities, my clarity of mind when I am programming. It's not that strange, because you could say, well, what is there to learn? And this is another bias. Everybody thinks it's about learning. You need to learn a programming language. you know. Yeah, it's never too late, Mark. It's never too late. But that's it. Don't regret it. Regret is, you know, if you have, you just do it. Just get back to it, you know. And I know it's hard. I mean, I was the same. It's like always doing stuff with a kind of goal in mind. You may notice that I don't do that anymore. When I did kick off Revival, I was a man with a mission. I hate it. I'm not a man with a mission anymore. I'm just a man who gets up and so how to decide what I was going to work on today. I did what I feel, what I felt like, what feels like I should do. In fact, you know, maybe at work, when you're working, that's harder. But in your own time, it's not hard to learn C. The most difficult thing with that is is to get the memory and pointers and so on. But frankly, if you really want to learn C, well, start with assembler programming. I mean, actually, if you start with assembly programming, you will find it easier to understand C, because C is practically just a mega compiler, a mega assembler, really. C is so close to the processor because, of course, it was conceived and built by people who understood assembly programming. So there are a lot of the design considerations in C came from the microprocessors themselves, something that people deny. You'll quite quickly find yourself a pariah in some circles for saying that kind of thing. But it's actually absolutely true. Yeah, just you don't want to try and learn C on Windows, because trying to learn C on Windows, you spend, as you'll notice, I try to stay on C because I want to avoid Windows when I'm programming in even here, right? The problem is that Windows is not the native environment for C and C style programming, so it's got a bit better, but a bunch of stuff just doesn't. If you go into Unix, if you use Unix or Linux, right, that's closer to where the languages were originally born and where all the tool chains, you know, are and so on. You need to worry about which editor you use. But I tell you what, if you use Cygwin, you can get both worlds. So you can use whichever editor you like. And you can run it on Windows, but the tool chain is a lot more stable, you know. When you're working in Visual Studio, it's very common to end up you getting tied up in knots because you want to use this library and then the version of it, the binaries are not compatible with what you're doing and you need to go recompile it, and it's just the learn C, get the yeah, just exactly, and get the book, The C Programming Language by Kernighan and Ritchie. It's not hard. Just get that book and work through the book. And that book is great because it actually grounds all the information and gives it a context. This is something else that people forget. They want to modernize. It's sort of like, let's do a book about modern book of programming in C. And what they do is they cut out all the information that they think is irrelevant. But what they've done is they cut away the context. And the context is important because it helps you remember things. It helps you understand. So when you go back to Kernighan and Ritchie's book, you are going back 40 or 50 years. and then you're able to hear the conversation of that time and understand it. And this gives you then a grounding which is foundational, right? But that's just what I believe. The book. Do you know the book? I often show it on the stream, but I don't know if you were last time I was showing that book around, if you were here. But it's the Kernighan and Ritchie the C programming language, also known as the White Book, also known as KNR. Yeah, brilliant. Anyway, so this got built. If I run this, but if you like, we could do some. I could do some workshops in programming in C. Even work through the Kernighan and Ritchie book. A book's downstairs. In the other room. Yeah. I'm going to try this out because I had a long distraction when I was about to try something out. Hello? I seem to be getting one every... Oh, hang on. And then there was a 0. Some kind of random data. So I need to check. Now, one of the problems is that one of the gotchas can be that the data, the 16-bit value is a signed value. These are signed chars, but you have to be careful because if you have a signed char and you convert it to an int, it's going to extend the 8th bit. Because of the 2's complement number system. So you just have to be careful with your signage, you know. I want to just manipulate the bits, and so for that reason the best way is to use unsigned char. Now the language specification purists, the ones who frown on people who talk about, you know, the implementation on the microprocessor, and they will concur, but for a different reason. They will say because the standard says that bit operations, which I'm doing here, on bitwise operations on signed values yield undefined results. But in practice, they only yield undefined results on systems that are not 2's complement. So there's a lot of software that exists out there that relies on defined behavior for, you know, signed bitwise operations. The purists will shudder and frown at it because it says in the book, in the specification, that it's undefined, but really the reality is it's just the standard doesn't define it. But for any particular compiler and platform combination, it could be defined, and in practice it almost always is defined for certain things. And this is, for example, the sign extension, the way that negative numbers are represented is pretty much standardized. In fact, you could go and say that it is. It's like, I don't think there exists any modern computer system that isn't 2's complement. But yeah, you have to bear that in mind. If you're using signed characters and you're doing bitwise operations, you need to be careful. I don't think that's why I'm getting 1, though. I'm not immediately seeing why that would be. So I'm just going to debug the code. If count and 1, so the first time this will be false. So it gets a character and puts it in C. Then it increments the count. Now it's going to be true, so it gets the second character and it puts it in D. And then it says int sample, which is a signed value. So I've got an unsigned to signed conversion. So I will actually make this an unsigned int. My reasoning being that I just want to keep it sort of without any complications in here. I'm going to print an unsigned int result. Let's see what this does. And actually, let's print it in hex, actually. Let's print it in hex, and we'll see what we get. So I'll compile that, and we run. Well, that's annoying. You see, it's certainly annoying. So what I'm going to do is just print D in this case and see what we get with that. Oh, I need to stop. I need to break this. There we go. Rebuild this, and then now that's interesting. What we're looking at here is it's flicking between FF and 0, 0. Now, why would it be flicking between FF and 0, 0? It's actually a promising sign. The reason it's doing that is because that's probably the most significant byte of the signal that's coming in from the audio, and the signal is going to be around 0, and it goes positive and negative, but hovers around 0. So you would expect it to see it go to F something when it goes negative, or E or D if it's very negative, but it starts off with F. In fact, -1 is FF on 16 bits is FFFF in 2's complement notation. So the extent of the use of 2's complement is it's actually everywhere. I mean, including the idea that you can have color values with FF. I suppose those are 256. That's not -1, so ignore that comment. They're unsigned in color values. But anyway, so what we've got is FF is where it goes negative, and 0 is where it's gone positive. This is the most significant byte. Looks like it's correct. If I print C, and the reason why it never goes to 1 or FE is because probably the audio that's going into the microphone is quite low volume level, but we'll see. I'm going to rerun this and get it to print C, which would be the other byte. So I'd expect this to have a lot of different values in it. Now this is also looking good. So this looks pretty random, and this is the noise being picked up by the microphone. So let's have a think about this. Now, on the face of it, my code at line 20 should be correct, but I've made some kind of error. You spot it? Yeah? Anyone spot it? Can you spot the error? I've just seen it. It's got something to do with line 20. It's got something, there is one character involved. There's one character that's wrong. Well, then by a process of elimination, unsigned, if that was wrong, we'd get a syntax error. Int, if that was on wrong, we'd get an error. Sample, if that was wrong, we'd get an error. Equals, well, it's an assignment. It has to be equals. It can't be that. Is it C? Well, no. We need C and we need D. We're shifting D 8 bits to the left. That looks all right. It's in parentheses, so it will do that first, and we can't have it. Order is wrong. What about the order between C and D? It's like, well, no, there's no way that order of precedence, precedence of operators would cause a problem there. It's the only thing you're left with is that or. And I was using a Boolean or when I needed to use a bitwise or. Really silly. So it was actually failing because of a single character. Right, so what I need to do is, I'm not printing the value out here, so I can go print out sample like so, build it, and then we rerun it, and then what we should have is, this looks correct. These are the samples. And now I want to convert it into, you can see how they're hovering around 0, so this looks really good. What's interesting is they seem to come in pairs, although not every time. That is probably due to sampling rate. It could be that the sampling, what is the sampling rate of my, yeah, and the reason for that is because the FFmpeg is coding it, isn't it? It's like what's the word? Transcoding from one bit rate to another, and the bit rate that it's outputting is a lot higher. So as a result, it just has to send the same value multiple times. So in fact, I don't need the sample rate to be so high. I think I can do it, was it BR? I don't know how you set the bit rate, I can't remember now. This will reduce the amount it's trying to print out. FFmpeg bit rate. Audio bit rate. It was -B. Oh, -B colon A 192K. So -B colon A. So let's do 8. Pardon me, 8K. I think that's not going to be quite enough. No, it should be. Oh, let's try it and we'll see. All right. So if I do that, we should find that we don't get repeated values. In fact, that's what we see. Or maybe there's sometimes. Yeah, there still seems to be a few repetitions. $4K. We're still getting repetitions. Might not mean anything, so. No, I don't think it's changing anything. Right, FFmpeg audio sample rate is what I want. Oh, it's dash AR. I was using the wrong option. So let's try that again. Dash audio rate 1K. You can see that it's actually outputting at a much reduced rate. We're still getting repetitions, which is a bit weird. Why would we get the repetitions? Well, probably because it's averaging now. I don't know. We'll see. Well, what I could do is let's just put it to, say, 12K. And hopefully I should be getting the audio stream. So maybe if I could do a moving average on it, and then I should be able to create like a kind of VU meter thing. So let's convert we'll just have a int, which is a sample. Oh no, I already have that. Let's make int sample so this was an unsigned operation. On Charles. I'm going to be very careful in how I manipulate these bits. So that expression, I'm going to limit it to OXFFFF. Like so. So I've got it down to 16 bits, and this is going to be unsigned. So then I convert this to a signed short. Yeah, I think I'm going to actually use a uint16 here if that exists. Oh yeah, there you go, uint16 type, because then I'm sure of the ints can be different. This will be an int16 type. Which is signed. So I'm taking my things here, and then I make sure, in case this got promoted beyond this operation will have promoted the 8 bits to something higher, but depending on the behavior of the standard, could be potentially expanding it to the size of an int. I'm not or it could be the short, but the short is defined as what. Just look, I'm being really careful to make sure that the promotion retains the sign properly. So for this, we have to do this in. We say that this is a unsigned, but we don't know how many bits. But if I AND it with FFFF, then I know that the bits, I've clamped it to just the 16 bits that we want, and then I cast it to an unsigned 16-bit value, so then we're safe with that. And then the final stage is to cast it to an int 16 value. So this looks right, so I'm just running through this in my mind again. Right, so we do a C or with D shifted over. This is unsigned. C is 8 bits, D is 8 bits. Combined together is 16 bits, but to be absolutely sure, well, actually, I don't need that. And right, so C 8 bits, D 8 bits combined together to create at least 16-bit value. I'm casting it to a 16-bit value, which is unsigned, and then only when oh no, that will cast it to a okay, hang on. Right. Well, right, if I really want to be if I really want to be careful about this, I cast it to unsigned 16-bit value, which then I cast to a signed 16-bit value. And this is where, yeah, that's correct. So when it's a 16-bit signed value, to convert that from an unsigned value, I necessarily has to switch the sense of the, you know, the high most significant bit becomes the signed bit. There's no choice, because you couldn't actually fit, you know, the whole space that's available in an unsigned number into a signed number. You lose half of the range in the positive, right? So what the compiler should do at this point is reinterpret the unsigned value as a signed value. The complication when you're doing casts on these things is that if you have an is like how it promotes the signed bit. So hopefully this gives me a 16-bit value that can be positive or negative. We'll see. It means that then I should be able to print this out as a, oh, it's a half value because I'm using an int. Okay, so I can't remember what the printf code is for a, so I'm going to convert it to an int 32. Well, actually, I'm going to convert it to an int, and then I do a %d. Ah, right, because there's no, maybe int is 64 bits. Yeah, but you don't need to know about the bit patterns of anything, do you? Right, how is that? That looks reasonable. Does it get bigger? Do we get bigger numbers? When I talk more loudly. Hello? Yes, you can't really see it. I think there was some movement. But what I'll do now is create a moving, or have a moving average, which I'll do with a float. So I'll put a float average equals 0. And every time we have a new sample, and actually yeah, maybe I'll put it just there for now. So when I have a new sample, what I'm going to do is take my average, and I'm going to add my sample to the average, but then I'm going to subtract away from the average the current average hang on. Or should call it average total actually. So you've got your average total plus the sample, but then the average total minus one sample, which is the average. It's almost like, sorry, so you're adding one in, you're removing one. The one I have to remove is I suppose we could try it like this. If I'm gonna say average step of 10, so I'm averaging over 10 steps, then I add that and I subtract average total divided by average step, but I add the sample divided by average step as well. I could optimize that later, but I just want to get, so basically I add a sample and I subtract a sample. The sample I subtract is the average, current average. I never thought of doing it quite like that. In fact, that would simplify. Well, that's quite nice. To sample minus, and it's not average total, it's just average. So sample minus average divided by average step. I think that creates a moving average. Yeah. You add a sample and remove a sample so that you're sampling over 10 samples. The one that you remove is the average. You just assume you have to remove something. You could remember, you can do them actually having a memory of the 10 samples and you remember the 10th one and you just remove it, but that's a bit of a pain that you have to remember all of the samples. Kind of a cheat way of doing it is to just remove the average of the values off the end. Almost the same in behavior. And then what I'm going to do is is print the average, which is as percent %f, but let's do 12 point, I don't know, 4. So 4 decimal places. We'll try that. Okay, so that built, rerun it. Hello? If I tap the microphone, it's not very clear whether that is working or not. So I'm going to try doing an average. Oh, well, samples time is pretty small, isn't it? If I want to sample over a second, I need to do 1,000. What's the sample rate I'm using? 12K. So That's 120. If I do 100, 12. Let's try 1,000. Hello? What's the range of this value? Oh, up to, yeah. Now you can see the numbers go up. There's at 0, and I'm tapping the microphone. You can see the numbers shoot up. Still quite low in volume. So that's all very interesting. Do I have something that resembles reality, though? I suppose one thing I could try, this would be an interesting test. This is putting out, right, let's put out raw data into a file which I'll call so put it into /temp/ say out. Hello, cannot find the path. Oh, that's because I'm in the land of I'm not in Sigwin. Okay, let's just put it into a file called out. Hello there, how you doing? This is me talking. Right, so what I should have now is a file called out. I do. It's 20k of audio, but it's in a raw
Captain.
format. Shush.
Hello Dino.
Shush,
Compilation failure.
Shush. It's in a raw format. Now I should be able to take through FFmpeg. I wonder, can I go the format, the file format is data, the input file is out, the audio rate is 12,000, the output data format is going to be a WAV file, and I'm going to put that into a file called out2.wav. Output file does not contain any stream. So what's wrong? Format is wild dash O.
Hello Dino.
At least one output file must be specified. So I'm trying to do is convert my raw file to a WAV file. Oh. Option sample rate not found. That's my understanding of how to use FFmpeg. Right. Let's try FFmpeg convert raw audio to WAV. So here we go. So we say the format is this, where we say 16-bit little endian. The rate was 12K. What does AC mean? 2 channels. It's only 1 channel. The input file, output file, out2.wav. Okay, so it looks like it did it. Now if I Visual Studio projects, board tools, cassette, interface debug. In here, this file.
Hello, Dino.
Oh, dear me, Hal. Yeah, there's something went wrong with the conversion. (16-bit). Did I? What was the rate at which I? The data at the 1K? Oh, the last one I did was 1K. That's not good. Let's try that again. 12K. Oh, flipping heck. Now, why is it complaining? Let's go back to the commands. Here, this one. Alright. And then we send it to the file out. Hello, Mary had a little lamb. Its fleece was white as snow. And then if I take that conversion of that out, I'm trying to convert the file back again from a raw to out 2, and then we go to here and we play it. I'm suspecting that we have still some problem with the frame rate, the sample rate. I'm replaying this at a 12K sample rate. What was created was oh. Yeah, I need to put that in a different place. So it's actually that. I need to put it here. AR, I think. AR 12K. Let's try that again. So, why does it not like that? Right, here. Dash F WAV. It's the order of the instructions, I think, of the command line. Mary had a little lamb. Its fleece was white as snow. And I'm going to try oh, that's hilarious. Devious and totally not something I would do, but I can laugh at it. Alright, so right, now we convert out to doesn't like that. So after the F, the AR in, and then we output. Yeah, let's try it and see what we get. So you go here, Y. You said not overwriting. I said why. Let's try this again. So we're going to go back to here, and there's my WAV file. Yeah, still not really there, am I? It's almost like the output. It said WAV. Oh, the out was outputted as a WAV file. So why did you say that, Garcia? Did you hear anything strange? Oh, nobody will trust me anymore now. That WAV. Mary had a little lamb. Its fleece was white as snow. Now that was the output of. I didn't hear anything either. This 12K command here, I think needs to come there, maybe. We'll see. All right, yeah. Mary had a little lamb. Its fleece was white as... No.
Hello, Dino.
So we can, I think that might be correct now. We shall see. I'm just trying to sort out, but it's important that I sort out the way this works. The other thing is that wasn't raw data. So if I make it raw, which I will now, here we go. Then it doesn't allow it, you see. It says doesn't contain any stream. Oh, right. Okay. Yes. What I need to do is set the type to that. Maybe if I say data. So we do. And then maybe this goes here, dash AR 12K. Right, let's try this. Let's try this. Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer, do. Then we take the out file, wherever it was, what's on there, and we're taking that in, and we're saying that the frame rate of the inputted file is this, and it has one channel. We're outputting it as a WAV file to out2. That was done. So then we'll go and see if we can play it out 2. Yeah, that sounds like Hal's death scene. All right. Now, why did that not work? Need to understand. I am saying output it at 12K. So it's just my understanding of... Yeah, you AR 8000, you put it in after the R input, then you specify what you want to do for the output. So using the AR again, so you put AR twice in the command line. Alright, so let's try it as a WAV file and we'll just see what we got if I do it this way. And now, how about the middle? Put it to a WAV file, out.wav. And now, how about the middle? So we'll try that. Let's get that type file up. Doo-doo-be-doo-be-doo. And now, how about the middle? So that sounded correct, but let's have a look at the specification. The details. The bit rate, meaningless. Size, WAV file. Can I have the sample rate, please? Difficult to say. Let's try opening it in Audacity. Right, where is the open with where is Audacity? Now, so what is the sample rate? It says 12. It says 12 kilohertz. According to that, this is 12 kilohertz. So if I'm converting that out.wav file to out2.wav, and then we'll see if I've got Audacities there, and I'm going to pull in the other one out too. Yes, it looks to be double. So why? Both of them, it thinks it's 12. No, it could be because of stereo. I suspect that's the problem. So what we'll need to do is go back. Yeah, because it's probably a stereo stream coming in. So right, this one we have -F D show. I also need to say the channels, one channel which is AC1, audio channels 1 from the input of the blah 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 blah, the microphone -F WAV, and there's the output. Yes. Hello everybody, how are you? Yeah. So what's one of my favorite quotes? How about one I was doing yesterday? When I was young and foolish, I dreamed of going away to make tofu. No, I have to say it again. When I was young and foolish, I dreamed of going away to make tofu. As one does, you know. Tofu. Stupid dream. Now, where is that? When I was young and foolish, I dreamed of going away to make tofu. Yeah, not the best impression of that guy, but good enough for my purposes right now. And so here we go. What I'll do is try to convert that out.wav to out2. Like that. Yeah, that looks correct. Let's try this, and then we can get both of these out and oh, when I was young and foolish, I dreamed of going away to make tofu. So I think we have finally got agreement between the two, which is quite a relief. Absolutely. Cheese voice. Yeah, it is the horrible UI. I like Audacity for a number of reasons, but it's UI. Mind you, it's an open source project. Maybe what I need to do is because it's an open source project, it's like, how about we fix the UI of Audacity? That would be very audacious. That would. Some might even say ostentatious. Well, one person would say ostentatious. Tofu. Yeah. Let's pose father. He's a duck. And Poe's a panda. It's all a bit complicated. It's like that bit where it said... So at a certain point, you know, there's no explanation of how a duck can be the father of a panda. And there's that bit in he says, "Oh, Poe, there is something I should have told you a long time ago." And Poe's there going, "The secret ingredient of my secret ingredient soup." Yeah, it's brilliant. It's a fantastic film. If you haven't seen Kung Fu Panda, if it wouldn't get a copyright strike on it, I would do a stream where we all just watch Kung Fu Panda together. And that's the shame, isn't it? That's one thing we can't do. I can't share with you my love of the film Kung Fu Panda. Because if I do, I will get a copyright strike. And I can understand that. And I'm not complaining, but it's a bit of a shame. What I'll have to do is make my own film. Aha! Speaking of which, in an hour and 7 minutes, there's the premiere of my second single. I can hardly wait. I can feel the tingle. So all of that I did is what I successfully did, in case you were wondering what the hell I was doing, is I managed to generate a WAV file and then convert the WAV file back. And so that isn't quite what I really wanted to do, was create a... no, interesting. What I really want to do is create a raw file, but in fact actually I can do that, so I need to do one more test to be sure. The file format is... oh, flipping heck, is this. This is the file format. Oh, it's a raw file format, 12K, and goes into out. So what I'm doing is creating a raw, let's call it raw, a raw file. Dini Panda? I might have the size for it. So what's that? Inner peace. Right, so I got that, and I'm now going to try and convert a raw file, which it was actually already set to. So this should... right, so we do that for out.raw to out2.wav. And we'll get Audacity up, and out.raw. Oh, I can't bring that in. That's true. Yep, yeah, whatever. What I can do is get the out2, which I converted back again. Inner peace. Yeah, it sounded nothing like him, but that's okay. What do you mean you're no longer Garcia? Why? What do you mean you're no longer... Why am I calling you Garcia if you're no longer Garcia? It's able to convert it, so that's fine. Now, what was the point of all of this, you might ask? The point was that now I want to do a test through 2 stages. I'm going to record something straight into my program here, which is going to spit it out byte for byte. And I can send that output to a file, and then I'm making sure that this is correctly reproducing the data. I imagine it will be, but I don't see why it wouldn't, but you never know. So I need to put in another unsigned char ch, and then in here we can do ch equals d equals get char, and down here we can do ch equals c equals get char. When I'm down on there, I can do a put char of that ch. So now it's going to echo the audio straight out, so I can use that to test the thing to make sure. So when which one was I doing? This one. Instead of out.raw, I put it into the standard output and pipe it into the program. Which is system1 cassette tools.exe, and the output of that I have to redirect to out.raw. So this is the same test, but instead of going straight from fpeg to the raw file, I'm taking fpeg to generate the raw stream, which goes through my cassette tools application and then sends it out to the raw file, and then I can make sure that it's working. Oh, I see. So oh, I didn't like that. Oh, yeah, because, well, you know, I use backslashes, right? Oh, yeah, you got to use a backslash, // backslash. Thanks, Bill. Right, so having created my out.raw, then I use the thing to convert out.raw to out2.wav. Then I can take my out2.wav and drag it in. Oh, ooh la la. That is I tried to keep that quiet. I just saw I turned the volume down, but it came out of full blast. Sorry about that. That is annoying when it does that. Yeah, something's got screwed up. So what's screwed up? What is it? What has happened? It's 16-bit with I don't know why it does that. I turned the volume down and I saw the needle go right up on the desktop audio. But hope you're all right over there. So it was the yeah. Probably got to do with the order in which the file, the order. Little Endian. Am I going Little Endian? I have it the wrong way round. Let's try it this way round. Oh no, wait a minute, I'm just reproducing the characters in the same order that they came in, so there shouldn't have been a problem. I should not have been an issue. For every character that comes in, I put a character out. Well, there's another way of checking for that. I can just echo hello, pipe into system, what was it, system 1, cassette tools. I'm gonna have to put in a backslash. Oh, it's because I'm also printing out the average. Haha, that's not good. Let's try that again. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. I sleep all night and I work all day. I will convert that one. And then we get back to the old bit here. With Audacity. And we go and take the out to WAV. Yeah. Audio processing is tricky. Look at this. Right. Yeah, it would, if I can get this to work, it would be nice. I'm really scared of this signal. I don't want to blow everybody's ears out again. So what I'm going to do is just mute the desktop audio channel. Yeah, it's completely screwed up the audio. You get the character and you put the character. You get the character, you put the character. Every character that's got is put. I am just echoing it out. Blah 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 blah. Well, since I'm doing that, anything, the file, whatever format it is, should just be replicated exactly. So what I'll do is I'll try to do a test with that. So I do system 1 tools, and I'm going to pipe into it the file out2.wav. No, let's start with, okay, yeah, let's record a WAV file like that, put it into a file, a thing which is like good.wav, right? The goodies, goody, yum, yum. I grew up with that program as well. So that should have been recorded properly. My good audio. The goodies, goody, yum, yum. So goody. So that seems to have recorded some audio. So now if I go and do blah 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 system 1 and I put into it good.wav and I put the output as bad.wav. I keep using a forward slash instead of backslash. So this should have created a new file which is called bad.wav. If I bring bad.wav in, you can see it's corrupted it. But interestingly, you can also see that within that corruption there is also the signal. So it's almost like it's still getting more printing. It's like it didn't compile it with that printf out. Am I printing anything else? Oh, I know what that is. That's the messages. It's capturing everything, including all of the... Yes, because I did. It's sending all of the output. That's weird. It must be. There, I just had mostly silence on that. No. Oh, right, hang on. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Testing. That I know works without a problem. When I do this conversion though, I'm getting a whole bunch of other crap coming through. Why? No. This is very confusing. So let's take this off. Try in here. We'll do good. Testing 1 2 3. Testing. So that is that. Then I go and take. Let's look at the. That is the file. I send it to bad.wav. I take the bad.wav and I put it here, and there's all this other rubbish. What is that rubbish? That's crazy. It's got the audio in there, but it's got all this other rubbish in there as well. And I can only assume... Well, let's look at what's printed here. I put the character in. Is it longer? Are these added characters? No, it's the same length. It's just like a random noise generated, which is very weird. Why, Delilah? That is very odd. Take the character. Alright, I need to work with a smaller sample size. But I thought, yeah, I tried that, didn't I? So what I'm going to do is do like echo hello into out. And then we take my thing and we pipe out into it, and out comes hello. Okay. And this is very odd because there's nothing to go wrong unless I'm missing something. Let's just comment. I'm gonna hash. So what you do in this situation, you have to simplify. I'm going to get rid of all this rubbish and simply do put char, get char. Oh, I think I have a theory. I might have the standard in as binary, but I don't have the standard out as binary, do I? Haha. That's probably the problem. Then it's going to work with text files. So we go and take a look. If I take my bad and I put it here, it's still bad. Very bad. I can only assume, I don't understand why it would look that way, but I can only assume that the problem is that I have to also set the standard out to binary. You don't get all these problems in Unix domain, by the way. So if you do system1 cassette tools.exe good back into good to bad, and then we come to there and we take the bad and pull it in, and it's perfect. Testing 1 2 3 test. Flipping heck. So that is that was interesting. It was corrupted because I hadn't set the output to be binary. Now, all the story behind this one, you see, Unix quite sensibly decided to use one character for the end of a line. One character for the end of a line. It uses line feed. But Windows uses carriage return line feed. It uses 2 characters for the end of the line. So you can imagine how many petabytes of storage all over the internet are wasted because of this carriage return line feeds, this unnecessary byte at the end of every one. But you know why it is? It's because printers had they have a carriage return to return the carriage to the beginning and a line feed to step the paper forward. So when printing, what the printer would do is a carriage return line feed, carriage return line feed, carriage return line feed. See? Now what happens in the Unix domain is that a printer driver converts the line feed single character into a CRLF, because the architects of that operating system, which predates anything else that we use today, understood architecture and using the right abstractions. But in the DOS domain, it was literally a case of no, I mean, this is my guess anyway, no, let's not complicate the printer driver by having to sort of add this extra character. We'll just have all text files from now till eternity have the behavior of the printer encoded in them. This is very telling, the big difference between someone who can hack and somebody who can build an architecture. And It's really crazy, and I don't like this because I spend a huge amount of my life, it feels, probably I'm exaggerating, but a good part of my life when hacking, maybe not, when hacking or working with technology is spent dealing with the carriage return line feed problem. It comes up again and again and again and again, and it came up right here. It was interesting how much data it corrupted, but actually thinking about it, oh, I got it, I understand it now. Oh, that's hilarious, because I was looking at it and going, why is it going okay, and then all of a sudden it kicks off into a mess? Well, it's because the file, when it was written, is a binary file, but is being treated as a Microsoft text file, which means that when it sees a carriage return or a carriage return line feed character, right, it fixes it up for you. Because if it sees a line feed by itself, it goes, ooh, this is one of those Unixy text files. We need to convert it into a Microsoft text file. To do that, we need to add a character. So the line feed becomes carriage return line feed. And probably also just a carriage return becomes a carriage return line feed. Now, the file that I had, which is an audio file, is a 16-bit audio file. So each sample is on 2 bytes. And of course, it's little endian. The first byte is the smaller numbers from 0 to 256. And the second byte are the bigger digits. The next, right? So it's like if you have in hex 1, 2, 3, 4, that comes in as 3, 4 first, and then the 1, 2. All right. So obviously, it's important that those don't get swapped. If you swap them, what tends to happen is that instead of a small number, you get a huge number. Like, for example, if you have FF00FF becomes FF00. What was a small number becomes a very big number. Now, what was happening there was it was trundling along quite happily until it happened to hit a sample that was either a carriage return or a line feed. As soon as that happened, Microsoft insert their character. And so what's happened is that now it's shifted all of the bytes after it. So yeah, you'll get a little glitch because of the character they inserted, but that's not the worst of it. What happened there was that after that, everything is shifted over by 1 byte, and so now instead of being little endian, it's now big endian. And yes, it swapped the 2 over. And so that's why you saw all of a sudden these spikes going up and down like this, because the 2 bytes had been swapped, in effect. Until eventually it hits another carriage return or line feed. And when that happens, it goes, oh, we must fix this. And it inserts another character. And then everything's back to normal, more or less. Things have now little endian again. And so it's basically, it's go fine until a certain point, then it's like, oh, all mayhem until it hits another one. And the chance of hitting one is, if you've got random data, it'll be 1 in 256 or 1 in 128 samples. So it would sort of happen every now and then, and you would get exactly what we saw, huge big peaks of rubbish, which were actually caused by the byte order having swapped. And then it would periods of clarity. And, that's that. What we need in this world are more periods of clarity, actually. In fact, it would be great if there was only clarity. I know that you can say, well, without a lack of clarity, we'd never be able to appreciate clarity. But I think I'll make an exception in this case. Can we just have whatever? 34 minutes to go. Yes, of course, that's true, and I think that was also unnecessary, because you could probably have it. You could have an encoding that's byte-wise, where the special characters are, you know, through escape codes, might actually make more sense. But yeah, we double the size of all the files everywhere, and then we also bloat the software, and it's unnecessary. But there you go. So now we know. And if your ears exploded earlier on when I accidentally played some of that thing to you, my apologies. But also you can blame, you know, Mr. Gates as well a bit for that. However, what I've learned this evening, which is very good, is that there is a way to actually, just by doing this, of course this is the standard, and then we have to add this as well, allegedly. It'll be interesting to see if I need to add that. I'm going to try, because if it was, you know, ANSI, or sorry, POSIX standard, there'd be no need for this set mode. We've set it here. Why do we need both of those? I don't know. We're about to find out, because what I'm going to do is try to do this conversion from good to bad. We'll see. It's like over here we go, drag the bad in. It did not recognize the type of the file. In fact, actually, it won't even import it. So it's probably because it corrupted the header. But there you are. If you need to make sure if you want to have, you can actually have, and I didn't know this, I thought you couldn't, but you can understand why I thought that, right? You can actually have a Windows console application that accepts binary data and outputs binary data. And that's what you need to do that. Okay, so having fixed that, I have now debugged. I have confirmed that the data is in fact genuine data that is coming in, and so the next step after this would be to come up with an algorithm for decoding the tape. Yes, set mode is Win32 API. Of course it is. Oh, binary. I think it is. Let's just see. Be very surprised if it isn't. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, it's Microsoft specific. So yes. Right, so we've got half an hour to the release of, a little less than half an hour to the release of the single. Hope you enjoy it. I'm going to wire up this to get the signal so I can start processing. Now, where did I put that thing? La 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 la. Ah, here it is. I'm just plugging my power supply into my Acorn System 1. I do have one of the questions I want to answer in my research into this old tech is just how far it would have been possible to push the technology if, instead of always chasing the next new fancy technology, we worked on improving our skills. And I think the answer probably is going to be quite shocking at exactly how much we could have done with the original hardware. So this is the Acorn System 1 with that display. This is restored with a new display that I was able to source because the one I bought was broken. I paid a fair amount of money for it, but you know what? I didn't complain because they're so rare. They're so difficult to get hold of. Nobody wants to sell them, and so I just said, oh well, I'll just fix it. I recently fixed it. So Acorn System 1, lovely thing there, is going to generate an audio signal for which I had fashioned a connector. Where did I put that? Ooh. Oh, hang on.
Hello, Dino.
I said, oh, hang on, Hal. I didn't say what you thought I said. Aha! Here it is. It's on the cable. This thing, which connects to the cassette port. Every bite is sacred. So I'm on that, and I think this is plugged into channel 8 of my sound card. I'll just verify that. So if I go here and try to record that channel, and we can, oh nice, work straight away. That is the tone that comes from the cassette port. Something wrong with it though. I was expecting a square wave. I'm not really seeing much of a square wave there. Oh, it's the sample rate I think is too low. Yeah, okay, it's sort of recorded at 12 kilohertz. I'm going to need a higher sample rate. Now, where do I set the sample rate? I'm going to just, can't be bothered. I'm going to just reopen Audacity. Well, I don't know. I think it's because the frequency of the signal is 2,400 hertz, and I'm only sampling at 12 kilohertz. So maybe it was something to do with that. I'm not sure. Like not enough data points for each one. Yeah, there you go. It's basically when you zoom in too much, it changes the format of the display to this style, which is very ugly and difficult to read. But if I do that, you can see. I mean, there's probably a way of turning that that view off. I mean, it's like. I don't know. There must be a way of turn off sample view audacity. Preferences, tracks, edit, preferences, tracks. Preset 2. Zoom default. I think it was this. We'll see. I want to zoom in, please. Oh. Jeez, that wasn't it. My least favourite things is trying to display samples, connect dots. Maybe. Yay! Oh. So we can see the signal from the Acorn cassette interface, and what you basically got is a square wave. But of course the square wave has been sort of sampled by the audio circuitry of the sound card, but it's also in the output of the actual cassette system as well. It's a bit noisy. As you can see, there's a ringing that goes on, which is this thing up here, and it happens because the thing flicks up like this, and then there's a bit of an oscillation set up in the electronics, which are not. It's more than good enough for what's necessary for it to work, and that's normal. Mostly the same pattern, you see. Now if I record, yeah, so this is one of the things I can do is I can enter in to the Acorn some data. So what I'm going to do is store A, and so on. So I have 16 bytes of AA, and then I'm going to go from 0200 to 0210 and save that memory. So I'm writing out 16 A's to look at. So I hit record, and then I'll hit the save button, and that's it. It doesn't take long to write 16 bytes. And then we can zoom in on it. And what I'm hoping to see are alternating bands. No, what I'm going to do is I'm just looking at the cassette format, because what I want to do is write a program that will read this barcode, right, if you will, and it's going to convert it to hex and then convert from hex back to audio, so that I can then feed that into the Acorn System 1. So in this way I can transfer data to and from the PC. There could be other ways of doing it, but believe it or not, that's probably the best way, other than inventing some other kind of data format, which I've done before in the past. I did it when I was programming for the Amiga. I programmed for the Amiga on the Atari ST, and I used a parallel cable to transfer the program over, for example. But and that's something I might look at as a project. There is an EEPROM socket available on the lower board, so I could program an EEPROM with a monitor program that would allow a fast communication with the PC through the interface ports, same way you might do with a microcontroller. That's what, but because I don't have that EEPROM, and I need to program, I need an EEPROM programmer, I need to look at all of that, and it needs to be compatible because it's like 40-year-old technology. But if I'm using the cassette tape thing, it just works with the operating system, and there isn't any need for any software or modifications. Yeah, that's exactly what I want to do. So you can see here there's a repeating pattern, and A is 1010, so it's alternating ones and zeros. So I think actually what I'll do is put in a different, the tone is usually the higher frequency, and there's one connection to the CPU board for driving this, and when that signal goes high or low, whatever, it causes this to switch to half the frequency. That's the way that works. So what I'm going to do is actually just try something. I'm going to program at these memory locations 8 bits in sequence. I'm going to actually, what I'll do is I'll start off with 0 0, and then FF. So there'll be a byte that's completely 0 and a byte with 8 bits all set, and then I'm going to go through the bytes, one at a time. So that'll be 0 0 FF, then 0 1 0 2 0 4 0 8 1 0 2 0 4 0 8 0. And that leaves me the few bytes at the end, and they're all going to be alternating 0 0 and FF. So the 16 bytes are 0 FF 0 0 FF 0 1 0 2 0 4 0 8 1 0 2 0 4 0 8 0 0 0 FF 0 0 FF 0 0 FF. So I'm going to just write that, and then I can inspect it to see the data format. So let's take a look. 9 minutes to go, so I'll be switching over shortly. I'll be stopping the stream while the single video premiere begins, and then afterwards I will jump back. The chat, there is chat on that if you want to chat. So here we go. The beginning part of this is the header, where it's going to write, when you save it, the address that we're starting from and how long the data stream is going to be. Then I had a 0 byte, and I think that's this one. So if we go in, there are 10 bits. I'm not sure what the format is there. I think there are 10 bits, not 9, because there's a bit to sort of mark the start. Otherwise, it wouldn't know. If you're going through this, it's like it's always 1. So maybe the first... Yeah, but here there's a whole block. Maybe it always starts with a 0. So we'll see. But anyway, the bytes were... It starts off with 0, 0, and I assume that this is 0, 0. And then this must be FF. So first bit is the 0 bit, which is the start bit, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bits. So a 1 is 8 cycles, and a 0 is 4 cycles. This is actually, therefore, quite a robust data format, because you can see when you're looking at this, there's a lot of cycles wasted to represent these different bits. And the particular cassette tape that I had that survived all this time, and I've got an image of, that is 300 baud as well, so it's the same format. So there is an opportunity here to see, you can see whether they're 1s or 0s, so it's possible to reconstruct them, to do surgery. So anyway, we start off with 0, and this is the end bit. So I think it's a 0 followed by 8 bits followed by a 1. Then we have a 0 followed by 8 bits followed by a 1. And this is the next byte, starts here. It's a 0 followed by a 1 followed by all zeros. So this is 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. This is as expected. It's the first. This is 0, 1. Then we have the end bit, which is a 1, followed by a start bit, which is a 0, followed by a 0, then a 1. So you can see it's shifted over. This is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, or in hex 0, 2. Where were we? There. Zero 2. This one 0, 3. Not 0, 3. 0, 4 rather. And then 0, 8. You can see that the distance between the start bit and the first bit, that is 1, is increasing each time. So that will be 80 and sorry 40. The next one should be 80, and this is where the top bit is set and is immediately followed by an end bit. So there we are, that's the data format. It's quite simple. 0 followed by an F, 0 F, 0 F F, and then sort of ends. So the task is going to be to write, I can now get all of these samples in my little shell here in this program, reading them from the standard input, and what it will need to do is analyze the waveform and detect which of these two frequencies are coming along each time. And that should be actually quite easy to do, and that's a fun little project to get on with. I'm very happy with the fact that I've found a way to avoid spending ages trying to figure out how to handle different file formats. And you're right, thanks for the warning, 2 minutes, I have to go. So where's the link? Oh, hurry, Dino. Post the link. Video on YouTube. And there. And go into my channel. And where it manage the videos. There it is, Premiere. And where's the video link? There we are. Premieres in 60 seconds. Get there. There we go. Ta-da! See you in a bit. Videos arriving.